Let me rest now.
Have you found the answers you were looking for, young Ekon?
There is too much left unanswered. So many questions.
Get to know us, spend time with us, and I may be willing to answer more questions.
Why do you live here, amongst the filth and vermin?
Live. Here we hide.
What are you hiding from?
From the guilt, the shame, from the hunters and the light. And of course, our past.
Why don't you leave the city? Hide somewhere far from the guard of Priwen, the Ascalon Club.
We are the sewer skulls. This is our domain. We have run as far as we can, and now we hide.
Your diction, your words. You do not carry yourself like most skulls I've encountered.
True. I'm not like most skulls.
You were once someone else. What happened to you?
It is as sad as it is long, young Ekon, but it will remain mine.
Can I be of service to you?
We ask but one thing. Reveal to no one our secrets. Do not betray us.
For how long have you been in hiding here?
Skulls have been hiding under London since vampires first entered the city.
Where did you hide before the sewers?
We claimed ancient tunnels, forgotten caverns, catacombs. We are skulls, groveling beneath the feet of our makers.
What manner of creature is Harriet? She is different from everyone else.
I really don't know. I'm not even certain she is a skull. I've no idea as to what blood made her.
What is a skull, in fact, in your honest opinion?
The progeny of a vampire, disavowed by her maker. Perhaps a fruitless branch of a noble tree. A word used to enslave us. I cannot say.
You mentioned that vampire blood has tremendous potency. You believe it to be stronger than your own?
The vampire's sweet blood. That rich, dark wine that we crave. For it made us, and it can sustain us.
I thank you for your time, madam. I must go back to Shornhampton now.
Your kindness has been ample payment, Ekon. To protect us, I'll close the access to our hideout, but you can use our shortcut to reach Mr. Hampton's shelter. Just follow the arrows.
Thank you, old Bridget. I hope we'll meet again.
No more words. Please.
How is London? I've not seen beyond these walls in such a long time. Old Bridget says you are one to trust. Keep your distance, Ekon! How is London? I've not seen beyond these walls in such a long time.
Are you all right, sir? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. Don't you know this is a quarantine zone?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating the epidemic. You had better get to a safe place while you still can.
Oh, really? Well, go investigate somewhere else and leave me be.
I beg your pardon?
I said go. Leave me alone, sir.
Rodney, you're the man who killed that gang member, are you not? Is that why you are hiding in this godforsaken place?
Yes, I did. I did not even know his name.
Then why did you kill him?
That arsehole always mocked me for the colour of my skin. Usually I let it go. But not that night. We fought. He died.
Whatever you've done, you can't spend the rest of your life hiding here.
I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Not kill him. I'm not responsible for a murder if I didn't want to commit it. It was an accident.
Believe me, Rodney, you won't survive here long. No matter what you did, you must go back to where you used to live.
I'll go back to the docks then. But if I die, remember that the blood of Rodney Grader will be on your hands. I'll go back to the docks then.
I cannot enter.
Значит, идти по стрелкам, да?
We're at your mercy. Will you end us? Old Bridget says you are one to trust.
Это то, что я открывал.
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Welcome back, Dr. Reed. Would you like to take communion with me now?
Sean, are you eating raw flesh?
It is the sacred flesh of the mortal lamb. Our Lord's bountiful transmutation for the sustenance of his believers. Thank you, Lord. I am your most humble servant.
So, true to your word, you waited for my return.
I told you, Dr. Reed, I was a man to be trusted. Did you have words with the poor Harriet?
You make no distinction between the living and the skulls, do you?
We are God's children, Dr. Reed, one and all, and he's determined to save us.
What will be the result if you continue to assist both skulls and the living?
For the last decade, that's what's been happening. And they found a better life. What's to change?
You're forgetting the epidemic. Things can go south very quickly. I've seen it.
Oh, these are terrible times. Only those pure of heart shall prevail.
You've turned Skal now. Don't you see the danger to anyone giving you their trust?
We are all sinners, awaiting salvation. This is a simple truth, ordained by the Lord Almighty. I am a seeker of his glorious light.
Does this place belong to you? How can you be so certain you can keep it open?
This warehouse was once property of the Dawson family, but has been bequeathed me through donation.
The Dawsons? The wealthiest family in London? Have they a clue as to what goes on here?
Not at all. The donation was made before the war. The building was run down. I never met Aloysius Dawson myself.
So you have the run of the place and no one's taken notice?
As long as we keep to ourselves, we interest no one. This is a haven, and I pray it remains so for eons to come.
Harriet, Miss Jones, has been behaving in a most violent manner. She's going to need special attention.
That's precisely the reason I brought her here. To meet old Bridget. She's the guide Harriet requires.
Who is this old Bridget?
I don't know, Doctor. She rarely speaks of her past, but I know she has a long one. She's likely the oldest soul in the city.
Harriet is possessed by her hatred. You cannot let her roam free. She's dangerous.
She has joined her own kind, Doctor. Old Bridget is a saint to the younger Skals, guiding them to salvation and peaceful existence.
I believe I've learned all I need to know. I'm certain you've killed no one, but one day I believe you'll cross the line.
Logic is a false prophet. Faith is the only path to salvation.
What do you mean?
We have been blessed with God's eternity. We are the instruments of his divine will. We shall feed the hungry forever and ever. Amen.
Let's simply agree that all are one and the same. In death, I mean.
Give yourself over to God, Doctor. Expel your urges and kneel before the Lord in praise.
These urges. You know the hunger will never be satisfied.
I've come to embrace the everlasting craving. I have sworn to feed only upon the flesh of the dead. It is now my sacrament. Take, eat. This is my body. So saith the Lord.
А у Бонди какого босса? Ты имеешь в виду Стража Аскалона этого? Забыл, как его звали. Рульф, что ли, или как? Блин, не помню. Но он 2 раза всего за игру появлялся, здоровяк такой. Да нет, с первого трая всех боссов прошел на стриме. Нормально. Пока что особых проблем нету. Обратить его можно. Так, ну объять я его не буду. Потому что вы обрели мир. Обратить. Блин, а что дает обращение? Ну, я его с первого трая прошел, но было нелегко. Так, побегал. Можно сказать, по канализации от него. Блин, а если его обратить, это хорошо или плохо? С меня спишут 500 экспы, что ли? И что это будет, хорошо или плохо? Вот непонятно, он и так скаль. Что, его сделать вампиром, что ли? Или что даст кровь? С другой стороны, там была Крейн, сестра Дороти Крейн. Там тоже был такой выбор: пощадить, объять и загипнотизировать. Я думаю, обращение это типа гипноза, что ли? Непонятно. Обрати его. А что это даст? Ну, поясни так вкратце, без сюжетных спойлеров, так, ну, плюсы, минусы там. Я хочу на хорошую концовочку, конечно же. Так, пока задержка на стриме, сейчас подожду ответа. Кровь исцелит вас. Ну, он сейчас что-то говорил про кровь вампира, типа, хочет и... Бля, а что будет-то? Что будет-то? Плохая концовка. Тут еще замочек открыт. Обрати его. Он столбом в районе останется, и район будет благополучным. Это если обратить, в смысле останется столбом? А если не обратить, а пощадить, тогда что будет? Вообще, в чем разница пощадить и обратить? И вообще, что сделает кровь вампира с ним? Учитывая, что он скаль. Он же вампира не превратится. Он вроде свалит. Это если пощадит, свалит, да? Ну, а на концовку как-то влияет пощада или обращение, там, хорошая, плохая. Тут. Блять, 500 экспы жалко. Ну, скорее всего, это добро. Типа я ему... Ладно, обращаем его. Обратить, моя кровь исцелит вас. Блять, экспы жалко. Я и так кот наплакал. Ну ладно.
My discoveries. Vampire blood would enhance your metabolism, perhaps even heal you. If what old Bridget says is true, I'll give you some of mine.
I'd rather not. It would be extremely awkward.
You have no choice, Sean. It's the only way to protect your cheptel, those still amongst the living.
No, Dr. Reed. God made me this way. Who am I to disobey his will?
You believe that God's plan was for you to be abandoned at birth.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
I can't imagine God intended for you to be molested by a priest in an orphanage. Drink, friend.
No!
I said kneel and drink. Now!
Уровень гипноза повысил. Так. А, стоп. Типа они могут меняться, да? Угу. А если бы я его просто пощадил, кто бы был столпом? И что бы было в этом случае? Ну ладно, пофиг. Вроде бы это норм. Вариант. Я еще экспы свои пожертвовал. Для него. Так, а что мне надо-то? Так, я вроде бы отсюда пришел. Ну и где этот пчел? А, вот он.
Another corpse thrown in the streets. Someone's playing a very sick game. I know this brooch. This is my mother's. A birthday gift from father.
Привет, Russell Show TV. Я не знаю, сколько прошел, но, наверное, больше половины, не знаю. Без понятия. Ну, игра, в принципе, не длинная.
29 Pretty Orchard Street. That's near Poplar's district. Why would this man carry off my mother's brooch? I must go there.
Так.
Glad to see you again, Mr. Reed.
Did you see what happened?
No. I was coming back to the shelter from work when I heard an awful scream, and there was this man, dead, just in front of the building.
You saw nothing at all?
No, I told you, just that awful woman's scream.
A woman scream? Are you sure?
Of course. It was terrifying. I thought it was my sister, so I ran. But it was a man I've never seen round here before.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
You again? What do you want?
Did you see what just happened?
No, I didn't. And I don't care.
Really? Why is that?
Because this sexist pig is one of the 4 men who blacklisted me. Good riddance, if you ask me.
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton. Good evening, Mr. Throgmorton.
Dr. Reed, can I be of any assistance? Have you noticed anything suspicious lately?
Did you see what happened to him?
Actually, yes. He was thrown from the roof like a vulgar log.
Why is it that you sound so afraid?
You didn't see it. He was dead before he hit the ground. The strength required to do such a thing, well, it beggars belief.
Who could have done that?
Who? Well, a vampire, of course. Look, bite marks on the neck.
Так, ребята, у меня чат отвалился.
There is definitely a vampire close by.
Эти баги надоели уже. Сейчас я чат перезапущу, чтобы видеть.
Goodbye.
Что вы пишете? Ох, как все багнуто у меня. Что за компьютер и интернет? Так, все восстановил. Так. Так, к торговцу можно сходить. Тут еще один торговец с убежищем. Ну ладно, пойдем сразу так, наверное. А, нет. Стоп. Надо будет сюда забежать. Так, по поводу этих пчелов. Так, в этом районе у меня вообще никто не болеет, да? Отлично. В этом районе у меня болеет, так, переутомление. У пчела переутомление.
Good evening, young.
There's no need to call me.
Show me what you have.
I'd head back over there. There's one of them. Oh my.
I have this thirst for blood. This is despicable. Evening.
Evening.
So long.
Can feel it coming in my mouth.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Seymour, why are you scaring young Rufus?
I don't like his act to gain me mother's trust. I don't like it at all. Little bugger is like a fly around shit.
Young Rufus seems quite harmless to me. Your support could change his life for the better.
I don't believe in kindness nor innocence, sir. The boy is either a fool or a hypocrite who hides his hand well.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
Welcome back.
Goodbye. Good evening.
What?
Few clients. The epidemic, no one dares go outside.
Is it true Sean Hampton saved your life?
Yep. The sad saint grabbed my soggy arse and brought me back to the pier after I fell into the canal. I was a wreck back then.
Were you thankful for what he did for you?
Sean Hampton really acted like a saint that day. But I suppose I'm just another lost soul who doesn't deserve to be saved.
Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
Times like these, a good drink's just as likely to cause a problem as the soul.
He didn't deserve this. You still working at this hour?
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
Foolish girl and her pre-principles. She's got no idea who she's dealing with.
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again, Dr. Reed. What do you...
Can I see what you...
As long as you have money.
Someone's playing a right strange game. And I'm gonna find out who.
You again.
Goodbye.
Так. Так, переутомление нужно.
More or less.
Don't forget to keep an eye out for this garden. Something, sweetie. My guess is they're recruiting for some vengeance.
See them fancy clothes?
О, часть хорошего спускового механизма. Это хорошо. Так, я смотрю, тут стали рыскать неплохие эти челики. С огнеметами, бля.
stupid beast! Die! Die, vermin! Stop it!
Ё-моё. Это потому что я листовки расклеил, да? Эх.
There's safer places to be than here. Outside, vermin!
Ну ладно, зато будет больше этих. Так, доктор Суонси, леди Эшбери. Так, 2 торговца. Так, во-первых, надо еще пчела излечить.
When I get back, I'll have a word with Tom. He's... Hey!
I'll leave.
Pembroke is so lucky to have Dr. Reed, you know.
I'm alright.
Good evening.
Don't waste your time with me.
Goodbye. Good evening, Miss.
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
I have to go.
Doctor.
Jonathan, at last. I've been worried sick. Have you solved the case of our poor Sean Hampton?
Don't worry, Edgar. The reputation of Pembroke Hospital is secure. Sean Hampton was not the guilty party.
Is that true? Oh, good news. Good news indeed.
What do you know of the Ascalon Club?
Not as much as I would like. There have always been rumors about a secret society of vampires operating in the interests of the British Empire, though I've never met a member.
I crossed paths with one. A
Oh,
terrifying
Fergal.
creature going by the name of Fergal. He was sent by the Ascalon Club to exterminate the Skulls of the East End.
By the stole, Jonathan. If vampires are eliminating their own progeny, then dark times are upon us. Darker than I've ever witnessed.
Do you think Lady Ashbury would know of them?
Jonathan, our beloved lady is not one for social dalliances, nor the assemblies of dark orders. She's a woman of superior taste and selective acquaintance.
Does the name Old Bridget ring any bells?
I've never heard of her. Why? A patient of ours? I must confess, I don't know them all.
No, it's just someone I recently met. A fascinating woman. I had thought that perhaps...
By the stole, Jonathan, you've met another vampire. I would appreciate an introduction, if that's the case.
I found Harriet Jones. She's much the same old, embittered woman she was, only she's been made a Skull. Her transformation did not go well.
Incredible. Well, why not bring her here? We could learn so much by studying her condition. It would be fascinating.
I doubt that. She can barely move. Perhaps we could learn more about the degeneration of Skulls.
Perhaps. But she could also belong to a new species. We know so little of the laws that dictate vampire reproduction.
Were there any studies made by your order on the subject?
Not that I'm aware of. I will transmit your discovery to the Brotherhood's primate. He will be delighted.
A pleasure as always, Edgar.
Так, одна мигрень, переутомление, 3 переутомления.
Perhaps I should have...
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'd like to...
Wise choice, Doc.
I wish I could say the same for the others.
You look exhausted. You're pushing yourself.
Another night with the glorious battalion of Pembroke.
It is good to see you again, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm better than one might expect, Lady Ashbury. Dr. Swansea has asked me to investigate the recent disturbances in the hospital caused by Skulls.
Really? What do you mean?
I discovered the most intriguing Skull. An elderly woman answering to the name of Old Bridget, and a man who helps them remain hidden in London.
Old Bridget? Peculiar name. I've never heard of her.
According to Old Bridget, Skulls can lead a peaceful existence like us. They are even able to nourish themselves by feeding on corpses and the flesh of the dead.
How vile. Please, Jonathan, let's change the subject.
Skulls of London have gone into hiding. Both mortals and immortals plot their extermination.
Yes. Skulls are the orphans of the Vampire Society. They are the shame of their genitors. A disgrace to the vampire that created them.
There is something ominous closing around me, Lady Ashbury. Something spies upon me from the shadows. Something cruel and wicked.
Whatever do you mean, Jonathan?
If Sean Hampton and Harriet were not the guilty parties, then who? I saw the bodies and the blood.
Your rebirth has not gone unnoticed, Jonathan. Be extremely careful. If you get in the way of an immortal's plans...
Do you suspect someone?
I don't know, Jonathan. I steer clear of vampire politics, especially whilst hunters roam the city's streets.
Goodbye for now, my lady.
Ой, не туда я пошел. К второму торговцу, блин. Очень далеко обегать.
Good evening. Please show of course.
Ничего интересного нету. Так, хорошо. Хорошо. Так, к торговцам идти не будем. Хотя, если излечить их, то надо сходить.
Good evening, sir. It's me again.
Leave me alone, I say, whoever you are.
It cannot be safe for a blind man to live here alone. Let me enter, sir. I swear I mean you no harm.
Well, a voice never lies, and yours clearly is the voice of a gentleman. All right, Doctor, come on in. Wandering in this part of town at night, you're either brave or a fool. Tell me, how do you see the world? What kind of gentleman paid? Visits to people at this late hour.
It's locked.
Tell me, how do you see the world these days? So what is the name of my nocturnal visitor?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. As I already explained to you, I'm inquiring about the epidemic.
Dr. Reed? The eminent surgeon? My God, I'd never have expected a brilliant physician like you to knock on my door.
You flatter me, sir.
No, sir, I am flattered. I read all your work when I still had my sight. I loved it. I'm Mason Swanborough, by the way.
And what else have you learned about me, Mr. Swanborough?
I know you assisted Professor Carell in France, and that you invented a new blood transfusion method based on his work.
Yes. Those were frustrating but exciting days. I loved it.
Yes, the thrill of research and discovery. This is what drives people like us, Dr. Reed. Oh, how I envy you.
Does someone take care of you in this isolated place?
My sister Loretta and I have our daily routine. Every morning and evening she comes by so we can talk and eat. Then she leaves and I stay.
Do you not appreciate your sister's visits?
Loretta is the best and worst thing that happened to me, and I believe she could say the same thing about me.
Where does your sister go?
Well, let's just say, she earns enough money for us both.
What's so amusing about that?
I won't hide the truth from you. Loretta sells a fake miracle elixir to the sick people of Whitechapel.
You seem unwell, sir. Do you need my assistance?
Actually, I feel worse than usual. Can you give me something?
Yes. I can give you a little something that has been proven effective.
Thank you, Doctor.
Why does your sister feel so guilty about what happened to you?
Because she knows I'll never forgive what she did to me.
You run an illegal business with someone you hate?
I don't hate my sister. She looks after me, we have a good time. But I'm just not ready to forgive her.
Have you heard anything about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I think I've heard my sister talk about her. I wasn't paying much attention, though.
Do you know Braille, Mr. Swanborough?
I'm no expert, but I learned it in my spare time, yes. Why?
I found a strange document entitled Cure for Blindness. It's written in Braille, so I thought perhaps it was yours.
Really? Is that some kind of sick joke? Let me see.
Here it is.
This letter seems authentic. And it actually refers to an experimental cure for blindness. You have piqued my interest, Dr. Reed.
Could it be of any use to you?
No. This page is just a part of a larger diary. I'd be glad if you could find the other pages.
I found another page of the diary, Mr. Swanborough.
This diary is still not complete. The man who wrote it claims he is a member of some scholarly brotherhood called the St. Paul's Stole.
Really? I've heard of them. Very capable scientists. Perhaps the man who wrote this really found a cure.
I would need more pages to figure it out, but it's as promising as it is intriguing.
Goodbye, Mr. Swanborough. I'll leave you now.
Wandering in this part of town at night, you're either brave or a fool.
Так, и где я их искать должен? Впрочем, ладно. Не найду и не найду.
Good evening, Mr. Swan.
Is it you, Doctor? Wandering in this part of town at night, you're either brave or a fool. What can I do for...
Goodbye.
What kind of gentleman pays visits to people at this late hour?
Crush the beast, boys! Filthy fuck!
It's locked, all right.
Unable to see.
Good evening, Mr.
His father would.
Don't you...
Faith gives me all I need, my...
No doubt your faith will prevail, but let me give you some extra protection against the devil's work. Medicine.
Blessed be your generosity, my son.
I have had enough for tonight. Goodbye.
You again?
Have you recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
She's doing good work. I saw her yesterday and told her she could call on me if she ever felt threatened. Do you know what I mean?
Can I offer you my medical...
Keep your medicine.
There is a thin line between pride and stupidity, sir. Please take this medication. You'll feel better.
All right. I'll take it then. It's not like I don't appreciate the gesture.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose... Do you have any news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I guess what she does for people makes it all right in the end.
Do you need help?
To be honest, I'd prefer you take...
I don't quite agree, but I won't argue with you. Please, take this. You'll feel better.
Really? Free? Don't take it personally, but charity usually comes at a price. Human nature being what it is.
Right then. Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
Goodbye, Miss.
Good evening, Doc.
Have you any news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I'll never know what goes on in that place. But as long as people are getting better, I'll stop investigating her.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell. Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
Could this be the scarf you lost, Miss Popper?
It is much more than a scarf to me. It is the only thing that connects me to my family and my country. Thank you so much.
What do you know about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
That woman is a saint. She's living proof that a strong will is sometimes all you need to make a difference.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
Who distribute flowers?
Mr.
Evening.
Have you heard?
Not really.
Why am I not convinced?
Maybe it's because you lack faith. Being a skeptic must be useful for a man of science.
A man such as yourself, knee-deep in the muck of Whitechapel, must know more. Speak now.
Yeah, thanks to Nurse Crane's dedication, these foreigners keep coming to Whitechapel, and my lodgings welcome all.
So business is booming.
More than ever. Hope Nurse Crane's dispensary does nothing but flourish. More money in my pocket in the end.
Goodbye, Mr. Bates.
Welcome back, Jonathan. Do you need it?
How are things going in the dispensary?
Things are going fine since we made our arrangement.
How are things?
Things are
How are things?
Things.
Show me. Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in. Yes?
Tell me everything you know.
I do not believe.
Tell
I do.
Tell
Да
me.
ёп.
Goodbye.
Good evening, my dear colleague.
Loretta, Why do you feel so guilty about your brother?
I don't expect him to forgive me. All I can do is make amends for what I did.
By making him a crook and a criminal. What if somebody decides to make him pay for your scam?
Mason is totally capable of defending himself. Just leave us be. We're perfectly fine.
Don't you think he needs to be somewhere he can receive appropriate medical care?
Mason wants to be useful, can you understand that? And chemistry is his passion. And the Swanborough cordial gives him a purpose in life.
Have you any news on Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I can't believe that people are naive enough to trust her medicine. She's just a shady nurse with good connections.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial. Cordial can be the answer to all your problems, as long as you have the money.
Good evening. A gun? How are you?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now,
Have you heard anything about Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
Nurse Crane? Yeah, I heard she's doing all right. Connected and protected.
Goodbye, young man. Good evening, Xiaoshu.
晚上好, Dr. Reed. It's good to see you again.
What are you doing with your time, now that you're back in Whitechapel?
I've decided to help the poor and sick of the neighborhood by handing out medicine.
That's very charitable of you. But why do it at night?
I've noticed that the most desperate people tend to go out after dark. Hence my presence, to help them when I can.
Giving out medicine? How can you afford to do that?
I am a rich widow, Dr. Reed. My departed husband left me enough money to last the rest of my life. I can spend some on those who don't have any.
Why don't you move to a better neighborhood?
I thought about it, I confess. To go back to the same empty home every day still hurts me a lot.
Why stay here then?
I am a woman of habit, Dr. Reed. And for now I am happier being useful in a familiar place than I would be anywhere else.
How do you feel now that you're back in Whitechapel?
I've decided to follow your advice, sir. I won't forget the dead, but my efforts will be for the living.
I've no doubt. That is a wise and useful attitude in this part of town.
To be completely honest with you, I'm also doing this for myself. If I'm destined to survive this epidemic, I need my life to have some purpose.
Do you still think about your departed husband?
Of course I do. I'll never forget my beloved Matthew, but how do I put it? Now I miss him more than I want him back.
I know what you mean. And I think it means you're getting better.
Maybe death will take me the way it took Matthew. Without warning and without mercy. But until then, I live on.
Goodbye for now.
When science failed you, this year will give you faith again.
У меня 16-й. Этот 18-й требует. Это вообще 20-й, да. Так. Санированная. Так, простуда. Так, ладно, это потом, наверное. Я одного не пойму. Если у этого санированы и они больше не болеют, а почему у Дороти Крейн не санированный столб? Я же, наверное, лучший вариант же выбрал. Пощадил ее и оставил ее работать. Странно. Так, ладно. Простуда и переутомление.
Good evening.
You look ill, Miss Swanborough.
I have no doubt it will. But I'm not against a second opinion, Dr. Reed.
Well, there you have it. Take this remedy, but be discreet. It may damage your business otherwise.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Miss Swanborough.
Joe, please, I don't have your money.
Ох уж эта карта голимая. Так, кровушка, здоровье. Выносливость. Так, кого мне надо вылечить? А, этого Кокса. Кока.
Hey! You're lucky to be... This place is full of sickness and... Consider yourself lucky that I'm treating all of my patients equally. But don't push your luck.
Don't play the innocent with me. I'm sure you have good reasons to act this way. And also weaknesses that can be exploited.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Да, по копейкам, конечно, можно гриндить, но... Ну, будем гриндить по копейкам, если совсем тяжко будет. Что поделать-то? Хочется на хорошую концовочку. Это West End, да? West End.
Enter.
А это у нас...
It's on to us! There's one of them!
Куда требуется?
So much blood. Whoever was killed got dried out. I have this thirst for blood.
О. Да что ж ты будешь делать, а? Клуб вампиров.
It's locked, all right. This is despicable. It's locked. "29 Pretty Orchard Street. This is it. What's in there for me? There's been a fight here. This window was shattered with violent force. Someone's been pulled through it and dragged through the street. Who could have done that? Where does this blood trail lead?
to let her expire and be found here. You're surprising. Occasionally, you make a good point. We're being misled. Or worse, we're being baited by leeches playing a nasty game.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
That leech is fast! Die, vermin!
I have this thirst for blood. The marks on this woman's neck were made by the fangs of a vampire. This is the very flower my mother tossed on Mary's coffin. Someone is targeting my family. Only a golden watch in her pockets. Her shoes and clothes are quite worn out.
I see you.
Right then. It's a sick game. But given no choice in the matter, I might as well win it.
Так, что я хочу сказать по поводу спилов. 300. У меня здоровье почти 900, то есть почти что на 3 хила полных. Выносливости более-менее нормально, крови 25, 25, уже полтос 2 спела требует. И уже как бы половины почти нету, да? Можно кровь качнуть, пассивочку. Привет, Оладушек. Ответил в Дискорде. Сейчас открою. Так, у меня есть 18 уровень, а значит... Надо копить на аутофагию. 2700. Это очень полезный спелл при хардкорном прохождении, тем более. 400, 500. О, санированная. Тут, значит, уже болеть не будут, я так думаю. А тут наоборот. Странно. Очень странно. Ну да ладно, походу они всегда будут болеть. С периодичностью. Ладно, это моя экспа копеечная. Я же не осушаю, поэтому... Окей.
I cannot enter.
believe I'm doing this.
Jonathan.
What was that? I won't let you escape.
Так, и что она мне на кладбище, что ли, ведет? Кстати, может быть, это сестра как раз? Кек. Ну, маловероятно, но есть. Такая опция.
You're very fast, but I'll catch you.
Монету, да. Да, скорее всего, это сестра. Сейчас она приведет его и покажет, что там уже. Ну, я так думаю. Не 100%. Мэри.
They've all been butchered.
Кровавая Мэри. Так. Ух ты, далеко-то как. Ну и плюс, если она новообращенная, то у нее жажда крови усиленная. Да. Скажем так, я думаю, 80%, что это сестра Джона Рида. Только как это могло получиться? Он же ее, ну, ей кровь свою не поел. Странно. Так, что, кто? Кто-то орал. Идти по прошлому. Ну, точно сестра его.
You! What have you done?
Vicar Larrabee, what happened?
Demon! Hell scourge! Son of perdition!
Vicar! Jonathan's no demon. He's just a soul. Returned from the dead. Like your Christ, Vicar.
Mary, is it really you?
Oh, it's me, all right. Precious brother.
What is Mother doing here?
I'm gathering the family for a final reunion. All smiling, all dead. Thanks to the good Dr. Reed.
Mary.
Mother, say hello to your son.
Hello, Jonathan.
Mother,
What do we have here, Mother? The prodigal son has lost his tongue. Our Jonathan always had the first and last word at dinner. The entertainer, the star of our show.
I'm sorry. Let me explain.
Shut up. It's my turn to do the talking. I have this nasty hole in my chest, Johnny. It needs to breathe.
Of course. You can speak.
My prayers went so long without an answer. My husband, killed in France. My child, carried away by the flu. My brother promising to return in his letters, then disappearing in thin air. I went from hospital to hospital. Cemetery to cemetery. Grave to grave. I've lifted every stone in London, searching for an end to the nightmare. And there you were. In front of me. On a dark pier.
The hunger had taken me.
The joy to have finally found you. I longed for your arms, a final happy ending to so much tragedy, to tell me all would be well again, as you did when we were children. It was this filthy dock where you greeted your sister. I dug a tunnel from my grave with my fingers and teeth.
Mary, I thought I had murdered you. I tried to end myself. We've been through the same horror.
We are a disease, Jonathan. A sickness that corrupts all it touches. All we kiss, and all we kill. Look at me. Admire your ilk.
I'm so sorry.
Apologies will not suffice. I demand reparation. I want a miracle. Are you a miracle worker, Dr. Reed? No? I'll show you mine then. The family Reed, reunited and complete, living forever in a red sea of eternal love. Time to go, Mother. Say hello to my son for
Mary,
me.
wait. I have made friends with vital knowledge. Vampires. We are not alone, Mary. With time, we can learn to live almost as we lived before.
How long?
What?
How long will this masquerade continue? I've been watching you. All these nights in Whitechapel, pretending you're still a doctor. You believe you're just fighting a disease. But it's you, the disease. Jonathan, you!
I'm a scientist. I'll find a solution. Let our mother go, please.
You're always the one to sway me to reason, Jonathan. But before, your motivations were always pure. Now you're tainted.
Let her go! She has no part to play in this.
Very well. Have you heard our good doctor? You can go home, Mother. Go home and rest in peace.
Yes, I'll go home and rest.
It's so easy to make them obey or forget puppets for our pleasure. I've seen you have your fun.
You are mad.
So that's what I am, Doctor. Mad. I was beginning to wonder. I've been hearing these voices in my head, one in particular, that of my dead brother. This is the reason I must kill you. Not for your betrayal, not for our poisonous kiss, not even for the lies you tell yourself. No, it's so that smooth and wicked voice will stop ringing in my ear.
Mary. No, don't!
Time to die, brother. And this time for good. Slayer! Come to me, Jonathan.
Я под ульту ее, что ли, попал? Охренеть. Как я быстро откис. О-о-о. Просто на изи откис я. Ладно, будем считать, что мне не повезло. Что я попал под ульту. Сейчас будет дубль 2. Остановить Мэри. И где? А где она?
We have to stop it! Oh, that's gonna start!
Так, блин, по уровню я, конечно, отстаю от нее. Так, крысятина.
I have this thirst for blood.
In the name of Christ, someone help!
You killed me, brother! What have you done?
Assassin!
You spared the precious Nurse Crane, but not your own Mary. Give me your blood, priest. You left me. Final thoughts are just to die for. Kiss me again, sweet brother.
Kinslayer!
Come to me, Jonathan.
You've killed me, brother!
Rest in peace, monster.
Assassin!
Kinslayer, what have you done? Kiss me again, sweet brother. Rest in peace, monster. I'll make you kneel like a dog, just as you did to Sean Hampton! Come to me, Jonathan.
Ох, да. Что сказать? Угу. Houston, we have a problem.
Please help me! Kingslayer! Kiss me again, sweet abomination! Rest in peace, monster. Assassin! What have you done? You've spared the precious nurse Crane, but not your own Mary. Come to me, Jonathan. Give me your blood, priest. Final thoughts are just to die for. Kiss me again, sweet brother. You killed me, brother! Abomination! Rest in power! Come. make you kneel like a dog, just as you did to Sean Hampton! Rest in peace, monster.
Да. Будет непросто. Что могу сказать? Да, походу это такой первый босс, который уже на несколько траев меня накаляет. But speak English, ultimate out well.
You're pissed.
Ух ты, какая ульта.
The precious nurse Crane, but not your own Mary. Rest in peace, monster.
I play Warcraft 3 and single games. Request can all gameplay.
You killed me, brother. Come to me, Jonathan. Give me your blood, priest. His final thoughts are just to die for. What have you done? Abomination! Rest in peace, monster. Assassin! Come to me, Jonathan. Kiss me again, sweet brother.
I'll make you kneel like a dog, just as you did to Sean Hampton!
What have you done?
Ты смотри, блядь. Какая мощная скотина. Че я могу качнуть? Даже не знаю. Что-то могу, конечно, качнуть. До аутофагии далеко. До когтей еще дальше. А, свертывание я не юзал. Может быть, его... Так, аутофагия 25 самый сильный. Это когти тоже самые сильные. Кровавый барьер. Свертывание. Ярость. Так, так, по статам. Я же еще 4-й спел не юзал. Так, сейчас, секунду. Блин. Без крови.
Last warning, sir!
Потом возвращаться долго буду до этой хрени. Ой, я даже не хочу возвращаться. Так лень. Чё я тогда вышел? Не знаю. Попытаться надо победить ее. Методом свертывания еще. 3 секунды контроля.
Kiss me again, sweet. You've spared the precious Nurse Crane. Rest in peace, master. Give me your blood, priest. final thoughts are just to die for. What have you done? Come to me, Jonathan. Kinslayer! Rest in peace, left me to rot in this grave. Kiss me again, sweet brother. Assassin! Come to me, Jonathan.
What have you done?
Just as you did to Sean Hampton. Kiss me again, sweet brother. Rest in peace, monster. Come to me, Jonathan.
До свидания.
Well, brother, it's time to bring this conversation to an end. Forever.
You know I will not play this game.
Calm now, Doctor. Like a rabid dog. Or think you're performing an autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous.
I'll kill them all. The kind Dr. Swansea. The sweet little lass with hair of red. I am the Harbinger, bringing your punishment.
Mary.
Don't you see? This is not me. Flesh that never ages. All nightmare, no dream. Bring it to a close. Let me sleep.
I will find a cure, Mary.
Зачем он убил ее?
I swear it.
Then, at last, I can forgive you.
Да. Я думал, хоть выбор будет. Так, что, я должен идти куда-то? А, ну да. Как же так? Выбора не дают. Я ее пощадить хотел. Пару дней позже.
Blood. As I shed one last red tear for my fallen sister, I realize the entire world now revolves around this singular word. The epidemic that has stricken London is not the Spanish flu. It is transmitted through the blood via violent biting, turning survivors into frenzied immortals. I am Dr. Jonathan Reed. I am a vampire, born anew into an age of death and pestilence. While plotting factions close in around me, I am sworn to find the source of this epidemic. I am convinced greater perils are still to come. I know the answers I seek are hiding in our blood.
Как Тави пони. Очень толсто. Вот, Вест-Энд, 4-й район. До особняка леди Эшбери. Ну да, вот здесь вот он. Здесь решетки стояли. Так, могу поговорить с доктором Суонси. Так, у меня очень много экспы, учитывая, что я никого не осушал. 4185. Так, значит, но перед тем, как повышать что-то, надо, короче, всех исцелить. Тут у нас, значит, одно переутомление, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 переутомлений, да? Да ё-моё.
Jonathan, old chap, how are you tonight? I've seen little of you of late.
I was conducting research in my room, away from the nightly routines.
Of course, of course. Worry not, I understand. The situation has been testy around here. I won't deny it, but we still stand.
What news do you bring?
The news is not good, my friend. We try to keep the epidemic at bay, but street violence is escalating quickly.
How bad is the epidemic?
It is killing the infected patients faster. In less than 2 days now. The only blessing is that they are contagious for a shorter period.
Tell me more about the violence.
Jeffrey McCallum seems to have sent his war dogs on a hunt. On a nightly basis, Pre-Wen patrols exterminate every skull and vampire they find.
Have they come closer to the hospital?
No. They mainly focus on fallen districts or abandoned buildings. But they're growing in numbers. They must be recruiting heavily.
I have received an alarming letter from Lady Ashbury. She wants me to meet her at her house. I have been granted safe passage.
Then you are twice fortunate. I have never been invited to the lady's mansion. And with the quarantine and controls, city access is nigh impossible.
Is the quarantine serving any purpose?
It is helping slow the propagation of the epidemic. But as long as we have no clue to its origin, its efficiency is limited.
Why have you never entered the lady's house? You are one of her good friends, are you not?
My dear Jonathan, you have no idea how reclusive the good lady normally is, nor in what great esteem she must hold you to let you into her domain.
Have you any reliable friends in the West End who might assist me?
Unfortunately, you will be alone. Except for our ravishing red-headed acquaintance, of course.
What about the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole? Where are they?
There are only a few of us, and most others would not speak to you. I am the black sheep of our brotherly flock, you know.
What of my commission here at Pembroke Hospital?
Nothing to fear, Jonathan. Your position here is in no jeopardy. You remain one of us, and you are always most welcome.
Thank you, Edgar. We shall speak again later.
Так. Вот, в Пемброкской больнице все. Так, значит, вот это Беатрис Госвик и Харви Фидик. Это я знаю, где они.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening,
Soldier.
Not really.
As long as you remain here, I will make sure you don't have to worry about your health.
Don't think you can do much about it. Damage is done.
Goodbye for now.
Damn. The pain.
Блять, пропустил я. Ладно.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you require medical...
Do you know you're the only one who's up?
Despite what you think about this place.
Well, at least your reputation.
Goodbye. Good evening.
Good evening.
Is there a...
Really?
Unfortunately...
Well...
Goodbye.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Ellen. As for me, what a blundering idiot.
I'm alright.
I'm quite busy.
Do you need...
Don't be ridiculous. I'm...
Then you are...
I wish this hospital...
Thank you.
Oh, sweet girl. Reads me like a book. I never could keep it so much.
Ну куда этот свалил? О.
How can I be sure I'll not find your unconscious body in the house again?
I promise you, you'll not find my unconscious body.
For God's sake, how can you say such a thing?
How can you refuse to listen? I tried to warn you for so long.
No, I won't let my only son die. You promised me you'll stay alive.
Your son lied to you, like the whole world lies to us.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you need any
I'm afraid I...
Our job...
That's easy for you to say, Doctor.
I'd like...
Wise choice, Dr. Reed.
With you at our side, Dr. Reed, I know that Pembroke will prevail and survive. You always knew the words to calm the...
Good evening, Mr. Goswick.
I'm okay.
Admit it, Mortimer. Your mother had you hospitalized here because you tried to kill yourself.
Yes, it's true.
All right, then. This is the first time we've really shared information about your case. Shall we call this progress?
Call it what you want, Dr. Reed.
You can trust me. I won't report you to the authorities. My one and only concern is your health.
I guess I should thank you, then.
Can I help you in any way, Mr. Goswick?
I wrote a letter for my mother. She was supposed to read it after my death. But I suppose she doesn't have to read it now.
I see. And is this letter still near the place where you tried to take your own life?
Yes. And I don't want anyone reading my last words. I mean, I'm still here. If you bring me back that letter, then perhaps we'll talk.
I have to go now, sir.
Doctor.
Blundering idiot.
Good evening. Do you need... Well, the proximity of the dead is not the most... Don't take too many, that is a good... Please show... Of course.
Ох уж эта игра багнутая. То метки ставятся, то вылетает. Что ж такое? Так, добраться до Мартимера. Так. Пембрукская больница. Всех исцелил. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, 6 переутомлений и 2 простуды. Так, Эдвина Кокс, Стелла Фишберн, Мартин. Понял. О, у меня все персонажи открыты. Круто. Всех нашел, значит. Сам. Так, ну и тут. Тут, кстати, больше всего. А, нет, ну может так же, плюс-минус. Плюс-минус так же. Блин, 85, 91, 97, 85, да?
I've never seen so many people dying at the same time.
Crush the leech, boys! That's gonna hurt! Want some of this? Bloody monster!
In this letter, Mortimer Goswick does nothing to hide his desire to die. I could give it to his mother, but doing so would betray his trust. It's locked.
Кому же отдаем письмо-то?
How long's it going to take to fix me?
Good evening, sir.
О,
This hospital seems to be falling apart. But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
ладно.
Right. Don't waste your time with me.
Нет, не отдам я ему. Письмо я отдам его матери.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my...
Your son wished to die, Beatrice. Why did you hide such crucial information?
Are you not aware suicide is a crime? Mortimer could be thrown in jail. I can't let that happen. I won't.
I understand you fear the legal consequences, Mrs. Goswick. But don't you realize your silence significantly affects your son's case?
All my son needs is help and comprehension. Not judgment and punishment for what he may or may not have done.
I have read your son's suicide note. It was not an impulsive gesture, nor was it his first attempt.
He threatened to kill himself a few times before. But I never thought he would dare to punish me this much.
Punish you? Why?
I've known for a long time he was not happy with his life. But I always hoped he cared enough to avoid making me suffer like this.
Mortimer is extremely vague as to his motivations for committing suicide. Tell me more about what you know.
As you say, Mortimer had no reason to die. All he said to me was that he wanted to make the world a better place, but couldn't.
Why did your son feel so useless when facing the world?
I think it was more that he could only see the melancholy facets of life. He couldn't help but dwell on such things.
What do you think he meant by making the world a better place?
Mortimer has always been a sensitive soul. He wouldn't talk to anyone for months after his father passed. It's like he carries everyone's sadness with him.
Do you realize your son could try to kill himself again? He might succeed next time.
I think about it every minute. But I won't stop fighting for my son's future. That's how much I love him.
You're right. Your son's death was not fatal. And unlike many on their own, he is lucky to have you by his side.
I can't give up on him. I just can't. I have conceded many times in my life, but giving up on my son is something I am incapable of.
Goodbye, Mr.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick.
I'm okay.
I've read your letter, Mortimer. You wrote about an unbearable feeling of despair while the world crumbles around you. Tell me more about it.
There's nothing more to say, really. It's hurtful, it's unbearable, and I don't ask anyone to understand what I feel.
Despair is a deadly poison I've tasted myself, sir. We're only tempted to drink it because we're terrified by the uncertainty of the next minute.
I know that perfectly, Doctor. For I waited for so long, hoping that the next minute would be less unbearable.
Your mother won't let you down, Mortimer. Don't you share her hope for a better future?
No. I don't.
Won't you even try?
Do you want me to promise you I'll get better? Do you want me to tell her the same thing? I could, but it would not change anything.
Нет, ему я не отдам письмо.
Now,
Пусть мамка за ним следит.
Waste your time with me.
Блин, я не пойму, почему камера, когда отдаляется, все мыльное становится. Такой бред, только в этой игре. Или у меня с компьютером что-то случилось, я не понимаю.
Good evening, Doctor.
Your son asked me to find this letter, Mrs. Goswick. However, I thought it would be preferable to give it to you.
I already know what I'm going to read. Mortimer, why are you acting in this way? I have done everything I can to help you, but it's not enough.
We will talk about this letter later. I understand that you need some privacy.
Before you leave, take this for your trouble. Thanks to you, my son still has a future. Perhaps.
Goodbye. Good evening, Mr.
I'm okay.
I have to...
Doctor.
Veil and survive.
Stupid beast!
You must prepare, child, for the earth is bleeding and the harvest is upon us.
Stay away! Whoever you are!
This is no time for petty quarrels, my champion. Can you not hear? The famished queen has awoken.
I am not your champion.
But of course you are, son. As surely as you are the blood of my blood.
I had to kill Mary.
I have known your pain, child. Do not succumb to...
Silence! I dismiss you, now!
The land calls for a champion. All and everyone needs you.
Silence!
I'm tired of all these puppet shows.
Блять. С саным мобом проиграл. Охренеть. Ну, у них уже, конечно, уровень выше, чем у меня. Но оправдание слабое. Так, хотя бы этих я исцелил, да.
Over there! There's one of them skirmers! Want some of this? That's got I hear leeches. Look at it! Filthy fucking face!
Так.
See them fancy clothes? This one's we can deal with this, vermin. Bloody leech!
Блин, я тут не поднимусь.
All these murders. You.
Have you heard anything about Sean Hampton's shelter?
That bastard's become something of a holy man these days. And someone should remind him who really rules the docks.
Are you worried about the conditions in London?
I've heard rumours about some sort of militia patrolling, killing the sick. The wet boot boys are overrun.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
Pleasure, sir. Been a while since we've seen any new faces around here.
Good evening.
Hello again, Doc.
Can I offer you my...
Giving out for...
Perhaps I would. Please, take this. You'll feel better.
Thank you. But don't...
Have you got any news about Sean Hampton's shelter?
As long as he keeps on helping the poor, I'll keep my boys at bay, even if he pisses them off.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
The bodies are piling up, but I'm not afraid. I'm still alive, and I intend to stay that way.
Can I see...
As long as you have
Oh.
Without the wet boots keeping things straight, these parts will be running completely amok.
Слабая сыворотка регенерации.
Sewer dog's fault, they say.
Good evening. What? Do you have any recent news of Sean Hampton's shelter?
I still sleep over there from time to time. A sad saint still manages the place, even if he's a little bit more reclusive since he returned.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
More contagion, more despair, more guns and more dead. More alcohol.
Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
What with the epidemic, no one dares go outside.
You still working it?
Do you require...
Don't feel so good if you have to know.
Take this, it'll help. Perhaps you should think about closing the turquoise turtle for a while.
Tom always said we got to keep the doors open. But thank you, Doctor.
Have you heard anything about Sean Hampton's shelter?
I was told he caught a deadly disease but survived against all odds. Maybe he really is touched by grace.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation?
Of course I am. Everywhere's deserted, houses, streets all empty. People buying guns. We hear them go off every night. It's bloody frightening.
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
Welcome back, Doctor. What can I do for you?
Do you need any help?
Can't be good for business to see the bartender coughing your beer.
Indeed. It would be a shame to taint the delicate taste.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Reed. My customers and I, we all thank you.
Have you got any recent news on Sean Hampton's shelter?
It's still there, just like the turquoise turtle. That means there is still hope, somehow.
Are you concerned about the sanitary situation?
It may surprise you, but I'm not. I've heard about the men-at-arms and the fights between gangs at night, but that's nothing new.
I wish I shared your optimism.
It's not optimism. Gangs have been fighting in this part of town since before I was born. This war will stop when enough blood has been spilled.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
I think I'm losing my mind.
So few clients. With the epidemic, no one dares go out.
Good evening, sir. I'm amazed you made it back to the docks alone. Good for you.
Well, I could say the same about you, young man. More to the point, who the hell are you?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
And I am Archer Woodbead. Please excuse my assertiveness. I often forget I'm just an old prune.
Do you need my medical attention, sir?
Unfortunately, yes. The spirit is willing, but the flesh, well, you know.
Nobody is immune to disease. There's no need to be ashamed of that.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Now maybe I'll live another day or two.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
People used to feel safe around here. They had the gangs protecting them. Now all they do is bicker and plot against one another.
Missing the good old days, are you not?
Trust me, son. The longer you live, the less meaning your existence will have. You need to remember the days you still had beliefs.
And what about the gangs?
Back in my day, people trusted the wet boot boys. We looked out for the docks and its families. Nowadays, they're just a bunch of greedy fuckers.
You were a gang member?
I was their leader for a time, believe it or not. Now these bastards act like I'm nothing. Not one of them. They owe me some damn respect.
If you were such a respected figure, surely you have many interesting stories about this part of town.
You bet I do, but make no mistake. I'm no rat, sir. Some secrets are best left buried.
Do you still know anyone? From the old days, I mean.
Most of them are dead. I still give Miss Gillingham salutations. She doesn't remember me. She did once like me. Boy, she was a beauty back then.
Any remarkable new faces around here?
Nobody. Well, there's that boy Rufus the Curse. I like him, despite the reputation he's made since his parents died. Poor little bastard.
Who would you trust around here?
The owner of the Turquoise Turtle's a decent fella. Tom's his name. Sean Hampton's all right too. Don't particularly share his religious views. He's quite devout if you catch my meaning.
I'm sure a district as colorful as the docks must have plenty of stories about strange visitors and creepy characters.
So, you want me to talk about the sewer dog, don't you?
If you don't mind.
The sewer dog is a bitch. Appropriately named, an old woman dressed in rags. She has an elegance, though, despite her ugliness. I saw her once. Scared the life out of me.
Have you always been so bitter?
It's not bitterness, it's poorly masked disgust. When everything turns to shit, we all have to eat a spoon or two.
With everything that's happened recently, the war, Spanish flu, I must concede that these are difficult times.
A few nights ago, I saw a kid eating a rat. He was right in front of one of those abandoned houses nearby. Just chewing on a living rat's insides.
Tell me about the wet boot boys, Archer. I want to know more.
We were there for the families and each other. It was us against the world. We were vicious, tough, even cruel. But we were united.
You sound like you were some kind of radical union member.
Yes, nowadays the communists and gangs squabble over pointless territory. Sounds stupid when you say it out loud.
Tell me everything you know about the Guard of Priwen.
Andrew never told me what they do. I do know they're vigilantes with military training. Access to some impressive firepower.
And what is your personal opinion about the Guard, then?
This Guard of Priwen is just another gang preying on the young and naive. Preying on people like my boy. I know how it works. I invented it.
Why did your son really join the Guard of Priwen?
If I believed in a higher power, I'd see this as punishment for my own sins. I deserve it for all the young men I enlisted back in the day.
You don't believe in God, though, do you, Mr. Woodbead? So why did he join?
Now I think about it, Andrew joined the Guard, not to defy me, but to follow in my footsteps, to make me proud.
So your son has left you nothing to explain his actions? No letter or message?
Not even a note. I'm a proud man, Dr. Reed. But I would kneel and pray if I thought it would give me my Andrew back.
Do you have any recent news on Sean Hampton's shelter?
The man is still here. He's trying to help others despite the terrible things he endured. I'm impressed.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
I never thought I'd live to see the last days of London. Just another thing I was wrong about, I suppose.
Goodbye, sir.
Так, а где Стелла? Я не понял.
Good evening, Mrs. Fishburne. May I come in, please?
Of course. Dr. Reed. I can't remember the last time I had a good sleep.
It's locked, all right.
Worry. I'm not sure the epidemic is what worries. What can I do for you, Doctor?
Mrs. Fishburne, are you in need of any medical assistance?
I am afraid I am, Doctor. I don't feel well at all.
Then let me give you a prescription.
I thank you for your generosity, sir. It's something this part of town truly needs.
Do you have any news about Sean Hampton's shelter?
I just heard the sad saint keeps on helping the sick and poor. God bless his soul.
Aren't you worried about the conditions around here?
Hate everywhere. The city will not sink because of this flu. It's the violence that will finish us all.
Goodbye, Miss Fishburne. Take care of yourself.
Every night, a darkness, and every dawn.
Good evening.
Yeah, yeah.
Have you heard anything recently about Sean Hampton's shelter?
I don't give a rat's ass about Sean Hampton, his shelter, or any of the losers who sleep there.
Aren't you worried about the conditions here in London?
I've heard armed men have started patrolling the city, even killing the sick to stop the epidemic. Starting to like this city again.
Goodbye, Mr. It's locked, all right.
Steady, boys! Over there! There's one of them. Look at it. Gone out like kindling.
Vampire kills in utter silence.
Good evening, Mr.
Dr. Reed.
Do you need my medical attention, sir?
Actually, I may. In my line of work, I have to stop at any sign of infection.
Treating a vampire hunter's wounds is certainly a first for me. I'm happy to help you, of course.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Your support means a lot.
Have you heard any rumors regarding Sean Hampton's shelter?
The sad saint will always be a target for vampires, but I'm keeping an eye out.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
It seems the Guard of Priwen has declared war on vampires. I'm not sure if that's a good thing, though.
Really? I thought you'd be thrilled by this news.
The Guard can be reckless. They rush into a fight without thinking. The citizens of London should not be the collateral victims.
Goodbye. Good evening.
There's no need to call.
Young man.
I don't like asking for help, but I don't want to be one of those poor sods dying in the streets.
There's no shame in asking for help, especially when you are in desperate need of it. Here, take this. You should recover in no time.
Thank you, I suppose.
Have you heard anything recently concerning Sean Hampton's shelter?
He keeps investing time helping the poor and sick. Good for him. And for them.
Are you feeling worried about the sanitary situation in London?
This city is falling apart. The disease kills so many people. No one cares about anything or anyone anymore but themselves.
Show me what you have.
Are you certain you're not lost, sir? You seem quite a stranger to these parts.
Good evening, Miss Gillingham. May I come in?
Of course, of course. So, Dr. Tippets, what brings you back here? We haven't talked in...
Have you heard anything recently concerning Sean Hampton's shelter?
I've never heard that name before, I'm afraid.
Are you worried about the sanitation crisis in London?
Too much noise, too much shouting. It keeps me up. Is it really gunfire I'm hearing?
Goodbye.
Glad to see you again.
Do you need my medical attention, Miss Paxton?
I can keep going, Dr. Reed.
Of course you can, Miss Paxton. But I wouldn't recommend it. Please, take this. You will feel better.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Thank you. Really.
Do you have recent news of Hampton Shelter? Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
There are rumors of infected people turned mad by the fever and roaming the streets, attacking everyone they see. Is it true?
As long as you stay away from the streets, you should be all right.
I hope you're right, Dr. Reed. We feel kind of left alone around here.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
You again? What do you want?
Do you have recent news of Sean Hampton's shelter?
The place is all right, I suppose. The sad saint is still the same, except for that awful skin disease he recently got.
Are you worried about the sanitary situation in London?
Chaos is rising, Dr. Reed. This city is about to crumble.
You almost sound happy.
This world needs to die, Dr. Reed. And from the ashes, a new one will emerge, with more equity and freedom.
Well, I'll leave you.
Welcome back to my humble shelter, Dr. Reed. Are you here to subdue me again?
No, Sean. I just came by to see how you are.
I feel all right. Why'd you ask?
Are you still feeding on corpses?
No. It's almost as though the blood you forced me to drink has provided me eternal satisfaction.
How is the sanitary situation in this part of town?
I think it's acceptable. Fewer cases of sickness recently. I thank the Lord for his mercy.
How are things in your shelter? Between the mortals and the immortals, I mean.
Even if we're all children of God, I've always maintained a strict frontier between the two communities.
What do you fear?
A few years ago, a Skal decided to pay a nocturnal visit to my sleeping customers. He got caught licking their necks in the dark. Since then, I have added a lock to the door.
What do you...
A few years ago,
What if food became scarce? Wouldn't the immortals in your flock be tempted to feed on the living? Wouldn't you?
The Skals can feed on the dead, Doctor. And until Judgment Day, mortals will continue dying.
How did you meet old Bridget?
When younger, I used to patrol the streets at night, searching for lost souls. This is how I met her. It took me 2 months just to get her name. Now we support each other.
Had you already visited their hideout in the sewers?
Just once, and very briefly. Most of them are very discreet, and they see me as an outsider, even if I protect them.
You really are a saint, Sean.
Oh, no, sir, I'm not. But I know evil, and I believe goodwill and tenacity can make this world a better place.
Have you seen Harriet Jones since taking her to old Bridget?
No. She is with the sewer Skals now. I don't go downstairs.
What happened at the Pembroke?
I guess we recognized each other. As Skals, I mean. She had but one thought. To punish. To get revenge upon everything and everyone. I realized I had to bring her here quickly.
But why did she fake her own death? There was so much blood in her room. She attacked patients, too.
I just lost her for a minute that night. When I found her, she had caused mayhem across the hospital. I slapped some sense into her, and we fled before getting caught.
What happened then?
We ran here through narrow streets and backyards. She kept saying that someone was talking to her in the dark, offering to avenge her. But I saw nobody.
Would you let me listen to your chest, Sean?
No, Dr. Reed. You already forced me to drink your blood, and I thank you for that, for I feel better now. But it was quite an unpleasant experience.
It would help me greatly if you would allow me to give you a physical examination.
I said no. I'm no subject of medical examination, and I intend only to obey and to kneel before God.
Farewell, Sean. Take good care of your flock, and of yourself.
Так. Я же ульту нажал. Ой, блядь. Ух. Так, мне надо Whitechapel.
It's locked.
Locked, schmocked.
No!
Ой, так не надо говорить мне, что мне надо возвращаться. Ну за что? Ой, блин. Ой. Так, ну тут я не пройду, да? Тут я проходил, точно помню. Вот тут вот.
We have to stop it!
Куда я забрел, а? Беготня уже бесит. Тем более приходится гриндить на хорошей концовке. И симулятор беготни.
We found one! Bloody leech! Die, There's one of them vermin!
cannot enter.
Proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial.
Colossus.
Mr.
Evening.
Since I took it.
Well, seen.
I will. How are
The way this sickness is spreading.
Goodbye.
Так, отчепил, так, простуда, две простуды, да? Замутить надо.
Good evening.
晚上好.
How do you feel? Physically speaking, I mean.
I don't feel good, Dr. Reed. Not at all.
You should recover quickly after taking this.
Thank you, Doctor.
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
My only relief is that my Matthew died before seeing the madness that approaches. I'm afraid we won't survive this trial, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye for now.
Теперь того хрена искать, да? И где я его должен искать? Что же это такое? А, вот он.
You distribute flowers.
Mr. Bates.
Evening, Doctor.
Since I took an oath.
Well, seen better day.
Infecting you is probably the last thing on these people's minds. Take this in any case.
What? You give me this for free? Don't have a clue about this place, do you?
Goodbye, Mr. Bates.
Так, я вроде всех исцелил. Так. Так, ладно, 19-й. Всем спасибо за просмотр. Если стрим понравился, подписывайтесь, поддерживайте донатом. И до следующего стрима. Всем пока. Сегодня вечером буду стримить в 20:00 по московскому времени. БДВ Weekly Cup. Всем до вечера.